Association of Teachers. This is a First Amendment, and it provides for an ongoing increase of an additional 0.7% to the classified salary schedule, retroactive to July 1, 2022. And just as a side note, I want to thank our CSEA leadership for their collaboration throughout the bargaining process and on working on the amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So this proposed First Amendment concludes negotiations with CSEA for this current school year. The amendment was developed, as the superintendent said, collaboratively by the district and CSEA bargaining team leadership. It's recommended the board approve the Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employees Association Chapter Number 466 First Amendment to the parties' 2022-2023 agreement as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I think I got three. Who was first? Okay. It was a motion by Trustee Deuce Sorensen. Is there a second?
Second.
And it was seconded by Trustee Cooper. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 3. Approval of resolution number 03 MAR 23 Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management and confidential employees. Superintendent Larson-Everson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The proposed resolution provides for an increase of 8% salary to confidential and management employees. This would be retroactive also to July 1st, 2022, which reflects equivalent increases in compensation provided to Tehachapi Association of Teachers and Classified School Employees, CSEA Chapter 466. I want to mention that we have an absolutely outstanding dedicated group of professionals across the board in our classified membership, in our teacher membership, and also in our classified and management. And they represent us well. They're very dedicated to our students. And I bring this resolution forward on their behalf this evening. Thank you.
Okay, resolution number 01 MAR 23, resolution of the Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management and confidential employees. Whereas the Tehachapi Unified School District's district management and confidential employees are not members of a bargaining unit, and whereas pursuant to Board Policy 4151, the salary schedules for staff who are not a part of a bargaining unit are determined by the Board of Education at the recommendation of the superintendent or designee. Whereas on December 14th, 2022, the district entered into a tentative agreement with the Teachers Association of Tehachapi, TAT, whereby the parties agreed to increase the negotiated salary schedules by 8%, retroactive to July 1, 2022. And whereas on October 25th, 2022, and as amended on February 15th, 2023, the district entered into a tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association and its chapter number 466, CSEA, whereby the parties agreed to a total compensation package commensurate with TAT. Now, therefore, be it resolved that effective July 1st, 2022, the management and confidential salary schedule shall be increased by 8%. This is a roll call vote. Mrs. Amaker.
I make the motion.
Oh, it's a,
Don't we have to make a motion?
hang on, let me go back. There it is. It was recommended that the board approve by roll call vote resolution number 03 MAR 23 Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management and confidential employees as presented. A motion?
I'll make the motion.
I second motion.
Thank you, Clerk Wood. It was motioned by Clerk Wood and seconded by Trustee Du Sorensen. The board approved Resolution Number 03-MAR23, Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management and confidential employees as presented. Now, Ms. Amaker.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Du Sorensen.
Present.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Item number 4, approval of student attendance calendar for 2023-2024. We do have a public comment on this, but we'll let the superintendent give her presentation, and then Ms. Whiteside.
Okay, thank you, President Kaminsky. As was shared previously, the district has worked with both CSEA and Tehachapi Association of Teachers in the development of the proposed student attendance calendar. Every year, we form a calendar committee with representatives from administration and then from both of our bargaining units to develop that calendar. I will say that initially, the team came together. We brought the first read last month, and on that first read, there were 7 PSPS snow days. And since we experienced an awful lot of weather over the past month, I suggested that the team get back together and take another look, which they did. And they added in 1 additional PSPS snow day. So there's a total of 8. And I wanted to talk about it just for a minute because it's really important that we account for, try to anticipate, which is very difficult, I understand, how much weather we're going to have. But if we do not plan for a sufficient snow days, then we have to apply for a waiver with the state. And usually when there's weather, significant weather and emergency types of conditions, freeway closures, et cetera, there's not a problem with the waiver being granted so that we don't lose funds for missing attendance on those days. But it's a consequence that affects the students by them missing instructional days. So we try to plan accordingly so that students, if they do miss a day for weather, that they recuperate a full day of instruction. So this year, we've ended up to this point with 9 snow days. 8 of those were covered from our calendar, and we have 1 that we're applying for a waiver. So when a waiver is involved, the students don't have to add suddenly another day onto the attendance calendar, but it's just trying to make sure that we give students as much time in school as possible to promote their learning. So that's where we stand right now. The calendar does include 2 professional development non-student days, 1 in October and 1 in January, believe it or not, 2024, which sounds a little strange to say. And those are in alignment with our current bargaining agreement as well as the 16 early release collaboration days.
Thank you. I want to add that waiver. I had to apply for a waiver in 2019 as interim superintendent. And correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent Larson Everson, I don't believe it was approved by the state until August or September of the next school year.
Yeah, the waiver process tends to be very delayed, even when it's obvious, again, for closures and emergency conditions. And back in the day, I know I've provided this information previously, that typically the district used to set aside 4 days, maybe 5 for snow days. And then I know in 2019, when we started with the PSPS, or Public Safety Power Shutoffs, that was very disruptive to the education of our students, and we started adding in additional days. And again, I know that there are other mountain communities, El Cajon being one. They still continue to only have 4 to 5 days in their calendar. But from my perspective, that may be their practice. I think ours, although it does make the school year longer, right, of when students could be coming to school, I feel it's something very important that students have that opportunity to make up a lost instructional time. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Whiteside.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate that. And I'm excited about all the good things that are happening. It's great to hear. Before you have the approval or not approving of this calendar. And I think that, and I spoke in January saying it would be coming, and that study upon study has shown that consistency, rhythm, and routine are important for relaxing enough to really learn. And the more we interrupt the rhythm and routine, the more the kids have to readjust and recalculate. And with the snow days, that's enough of a wild card. The current year and the year you have before you both have 40 weeks on the calendar. The current year has 11 weeks that have 5 full days. That's only 25% of our calendar. This year, we only have 10 full weeks with 5 full days. That's only 25%. 75% of the time, we're interrupting the week with something. And I don't think that's student first. I don't think that's us thinking about prioritizing education. And I think that interrupting things isn't a good idea. One solution is the early release days. If we take those out, that adds 12 weeks back in that are full 5 weeks, full 5-day weeks, which takes us up to 50% of uninterrupted weeks. That's much better. I think we could do even better than that. But as a solution, it would be a nice start. I realize that those afternoons have been used for some training, but I think that before those were on the calendar, there were meetings after school or other places for training. But I think if we're going to put the kids first, we would go with rhythm and routine and add in those. So I would ask you to consider your vote tonight and maybe don't vote for this and have it recalculated in another way that is more pro-student and more pro-learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whiteside. Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a
Trustee
couple.
Napier?
Yeah, I have a couple. In regards to the snow days, we haven't had PSPS days in a couple of years. I know Cummings was kind of the issue location. I know here locally in the city, just because I work here, that those don't really exist in the city anymore. SCE's made some some significant upgrades. I think that's kind of not necessarily inaccurate. I mean, I think we understand snow days are a huge problem. I was from the generation of kids that was told to come back to school when school was over. They didn't do makeup days. They didn't, we were like, yeah, you graduated 8th grade, but got to come back for 2 more days. We're like, yeah, right. No one's actually coming back. I think we should do away with PSPS. It's not a problem. We can always apply for a waiver if a weird situation happens. So my recommendation would be that the PSPS portion is removed. In addition to that, I would like to echo Ms. Whiteside's comments. I recognize that training is crucial for our staff. I recognize there's some tremendous benefit there. But those early release days is one of the biggest complaints I get from the parents, the disruption in the week. And I understand that parents have to make accommodations for their students based upon their work schedules, and their students' academics come first. I recognize that. I'm fortunate that my wife doesn't work, so it doesn't directly impact my family. But I'll be honest, that is one of the most common complaints I get is like another early, it changes everything for families. It's a random Wednesday. And again, I recognize the training. I do training with my staff. I recognize the criticality of it, and you can't do it with the kids there, right? It's a weird balance, but I would really like to see staff look into other options. I don't know what that is, but I trust that there's staff on the staff side to look at that. But my recommendation would be to revisit this and to try to mitigate that a little bit, to either narrow it down a little bit, cut it in half or something different. But yeah, I mean, as a board member, as you guys are, we get talked to by people in Save Mart and at work and about all sorts of things. But this is the continual complaint that I get from parents. I do get complaints from parents like, man, another snow day? Are you kidding me? Like, really? When we were kids, we walked uphill both ways. But I defend the district, like, look, there's a lot that goes on here. Highways are closing, kids in Bear Valley, and there's 100 things that go on, and staff lives out of town. We can't just, the snow day thing to me is, I get it. It's not that easy just to go, yeah, drive from Bear Valley or from Bakersfield. I have employees that can't come to work, so I get it. We can't have kids come to work, come to school. I get that. But, so I defend the district very heavily on snow days, because I get it. But the early release days is a continual complaint that I get from the public. So with that being said, I will be voting no based upon that tonight.
Anyone else?
I would also, I just want to echo, I brought this up when we had the first read, and it is, I am very fortunate my kids are older to where I don't have to scramble nearly as often with the minimum days. However, they are prone to shenanigans instead. I brought up the concern as well, and it's kind of frightening to understand that it's, 25% of our time is spent with a full work week, and I would also echo this, and this is something that I also brought up. I feel as though there's an easier way to do this. I don't know what that is. Even if it was like half the days to where it's once a month, maybe that would be more beneficial. But I would love for this to have a revisit as well.
Thank you, Trustee Sweeney. Trustee Due Sorensen.
The minimum days, the PLC time that is set aside for teachers and staff is an opportunity for them to collaborate and share ideas and see what supports. You always have groups that are assigned, you have your head leads of math, you have your head leads of English, you have your music department. Teachers are so inundated with everything else going on in and out that there has to be some kind of time set aside for collaboration of staff so the staff can support the education of our students within this district and any other district. PLCs are really important. It gives staff time also to debrief. What's not working? What do we need to try to do? And that's why they're set aside for the minimum day. And I think they're quite essential. There's many different departments that people have to go to. I could use example of special ed has to collaborate with the special ed department, but they also have to collaborate with the English department, the math department, and sometimes with the history teachers. You can't do all that in one day or a week. The time is essential.
Paul, I'm out there a lot too.
Thank you,
Oh,
Trustee Due Sorensen. Clerk Wood.
thank you. I'm, talking to people too, and I hear more, I guess, from the teachers and the administrators, how this is such a positive thing. And I'm just, was listening to Val talk about they're at the end, and they need to collaborate. They need to come up with things that are gonna get these kids motivated. And principals love it. It's been a long time that we have fought to get this time, and I think it's a positive thing.
Thank you, Clerk Wood.
Well, I'm on the fence.
Trustee Cooper?
I'm on the fence. I recognize the need for the time in the classroom and the educational product that we put out, but I'm also comprehensive of the fact that the teachers do need a little bit of time from time to recoup, because one of the major reasons that they're leaving the industry is burnout. So I'm on the fence.
Thank you.
If I wasn't clear before, I'll clarify now. This is not a no vote for time for staff. This is not the case. It's just let's revisit and see if there's another alternative to this. Yeah, by no means am I saying the staff does not need it to recoup, because, yeah, I have a lot of friends and connections with staff in the district, And yes, it is very apparent they are exhausted and they are worn down, and that needs to be considered when we look at this. And they need to know that they're supported with the time that they need. But we also we balance that as elected officials. We balance staff, we balance families and parents and students and transportation and work and all those types of things. So to be clear and be on the record, I am not opposed to staff training, staff time, breaks, and collaboration, because all those types of things are crucial. That industry is very different than mine. I pulled 5 of my employees into the shop today for 2 hours and did training. That's easy, right? That's very simple. It was raining, we come inside. They don't have that ability just to put the kids off in the corner and go, we'll be right back. So I recognize it is not an easy answer, but it is an answer that just a question to say, is there something else we can do? That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Napier. I'll make my comments. I was on the negotiating team for the district when we negotiated with TAT way back when, before Ms. Bowman's time as TAT president. And it was a lot of work from both sides to come up with something. As Trustee Wood echoed, if I can echo Trustee Wood, it was a lot of work and a lot of give and take and really good discussions with TAT across the table, back and forth, because everyone saw the need for additional teacher training. And that was back when I don't think we had one teacher not fully credentialed. Now, we just approved the SARCs from 21-22, and we have 40 teachers in the district that are not fully credentialed. They need training, and it's more than just some time off. This is work time for the teachers. They're trying to improve themselves and put those things that they learn from their principals, from district staff, into practice. And it's for the kids, so they become better students. And looking at our academic achievement from last year, that's sorely needed. And these dates aren't willy-nilly. They are in the calendar. And my daughter has experience. She has a 3rd grade daughter at Claremont Unified, and they have early release Wednesdays, I want to say, every week, close to it. So this is a very common practice, and if anyone has a better idea, not only will this board be open to it, I'm sure most school boards in the state and in the country would love to hear it, because, it's trying to find the word. It's a conundrum.
I have a question. One of the comments I've heard from, not one of the comments, multiple comments I've heard from the parents is, would it be possible just to take one Friday a month off, completely off, just a whole Friday, just combine those 2 half days into one Friday? As far as just the disruption of the families, at least I can go, all right, we can have the day off. Hey, we'll get a 3-day weekend, or we can go out of town, or whatever. Again, I know that I'm simplifying this to say, oh yeah, why not this? I know there's 100 reasons of things, but at least it's one day that impacts families, and it gives them the whole day. And of course that you'll have people complain about that too, right? Why I have to take the whole day off work now, right? So I mean, it's not a perfect solution, but it's just something to throw out there and go, well, put it on a Friday. At least people can leave early on a Friday to go out of town, or I don't know, something like that. Again, I know there's a lot of reasons, and there's probably a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into negotiating these certain things, and I know there's benefit, but as an elected official, I think we owe it to our constituents, even though I hate using that word, to voice their concerns to the board, to the public. That's definitely one of the things that's been brought to my attention the most.
Thank you, Trustee Napier. And I would like you to participate in item 11, future items.
Mr. Kaminsky. President, may I talk?
Sure.
I have a comment as well.
Oh, go.
You go first.
Oh, how nice of you. So I really appreciate all the discussion and just the recognition of how the time is needed. And I also wanted to stress that it truly is not just professional development. It's not just training. It's teachers using data and using data together to figure out the next best steps instructionally for their students. So But I really appreciate how everybody recognizes that the time is essential, because during work hours is when everyone is there. And when it's outside of the workday, somebody has a doctor's appointment, or kid has to go to soccer. I mean, there's just a lot of conflicts. And you're right, this is something that exists in a lot of different districts. And I wanted to just add in that we have an additional challenge here with the transportation piece of, we can't release students from elementary and secondary at the same time, because we need an hour and 15 minutes between the release times, right, to make sure that transportation is staggered. The other complication that I just wanted to point out, and I'm at the board's direction, so we'll go with that, is that currently the collective bargaining agreement that the district has with the Tehachapi Association of Teachers details that we will have 16 early release days and how those are used. So the board can vote or not vote for the calendar, but just recognize that when we don't pass a calendar, we can't just get together and come up with another solution and implement it into a calendar. We have to go back to the bargaining table with our collective bargaining group, the Tehachapi Association of Teachers, and try to work on other solutions. So not to say that that's not impossible or not doable. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that it's not at the discretion of just the district or staff to put something together, that there's more of an extended process. And I know one of the things that's also important to our families is to get a calendar, and to get a calendar so they know when is school going to start, because they're signing kids up for camp, they're planning vacations, and quite honestly, from my perspective, that's the feedback that I hear. I don't hear personally a lot of complaints about the early release days. I hear about, can you guys just approve a calendar now for the next 3 years so that we can plan our trip to New York, or whatever it is that they're wanting to do as a family. So we feel the sense of urgency to try to get a calendar in place and get everybody settled. That's what I
And
want
it's
to say.
not just as simple as going back to the table. We have to survey our members. Everything takes time. We don't just go, hey, next week, let's go to the table. We have to get everybody together to do it. So this calendar may not even be approved by the end of the school year. That's another thing. But just so happens that we're in the process of surveying our teachers to find out how much time they are spending beyond their school day. And we've just finished surveying our elementary teachers, and I was going to share this with the superintendent at our next meeting, and it'll be in more detail, but teachers are spending on an average anywhere from 70 to 3 hours beyond the school day working at home or in their classrooms. And so doing training after school is impossible. We have lives, we have families, we have things to do. We should not be required to forego those things for trainings. It is simply not fair. There are districts in our own county that have early release days every single week. They do it for the benefit of the students. I'm sorry that some students don't have full weeks, but they certainly get full instruction. And by the time Friday afternoons roll around, everybody's tired. Kids do not sit at their desks every day and just look at books. There's a lot that goes into education beyond just staring at a book. We have to have those trainings. We have to have them. President Kaminsky, Principal Lowe, and I were teachers in this district in the 90s when we had no trainings. We couldn't even get to a conference. It lasted for about 10 years. Finally, we have a superintendent that sees the importance of trainings. Okay, parents are upset. We don't like it. It makes it more inconvenient for us. We don't like the kids aren't working. We don't like seeing failure. We're at least getting some tools for our toolbox. We don't like seeing kids from the middle school not being able to do their multiplication tables. But we're getting tools in our toolbox to help them. It's a conundrum. But we have to have those trainings, and we cannot forgo our families to do it.
So one comment, Mr. Kaminsky, in response also to Mrs. Bowman, as you were talking, it made me, Ms. Bowman, it made me think of, resources and the inconvenience. And, we've been looking for ways to make sure that families are supported, that I fully recognize that parents are at work and they may be far away, they can't come on an early release day. And so I wanted to make sure that everybody is informed that we do have before school and after school care at every elementary. We added in Boys and Girls Club for JMS and now have 60 students there. And that is something that definitely could be looked at too, is increasing the amount of support that we have for after-school care for JMS and adding additional opportunities for after-school at the high school. We have lots of our THS students that are involved in athletics, but we know that the late bus routes can work, right? So this is something that if we're talking about the calendar, I think there are some other resources that we could continue to build to support families who have that need, not just, looking at the calendar, but looking at other pieces that fit with that too. Just wanted to mention that.
We do at the junior high have kids sitting in room 111, I think it is, and they're there after school when we're doing our trainings. There are opportunities for parents to not have to worry about where their students are.
I have a comment, couple questions, couple comments. Number one, with the superintendent clarifying the contract, that changes everything for me as far as my no vote. What I would say is let's look at this as a holistic picture when we negotiate. We don't just agree to something and then now you're telling the board you have to vote for it. That's disrespectful to the union. I would never. That's absurd. So I will absolutely be voting yes tonight, and I would say to the superintendent, please provide this in a more timely manner that we don't have to put ourselves in a position, well, now I look stupid. I'm going to be voting against something that's so disrespectful to them. So that's the first part.
It's included in the board summary.
No, I understand, but this is months later. This is months later. We didn't just vote for this like agenda item 2, and this comes along, the contract. So in addition to that, I'm not sure why you had the tone of wanting to come lecture us as far as wanting to train. 6 out of the 7 trustees spoke up in favor of training. 6 out of 7.
I'm exhausted, Tyler. I'm exhausted.
Okay, if you want to say Ms. Bowman, it's trustee Napier then, if you want to do that.
I'm sorry
If
about
you want
that.
to do that.
Trustee Napier, I'm
6 out of
exhausted.
7 trustees said, we support you, we want it, we voted for an 8% raise, we're voting for what you need for training, we get it, we get it. All we're saying is, maybe let's try to do something different. That's it. So please do not come and lecture us when 6 of 7 of us support you.
The great news is the contract reopens next year.
That's fine.
The whole thing.
6 out of 7
Okay, I
right now
get it.
support
I don't
you.
need to be told 10 times.
Point of order, please?
So do not come and lecture us when we
Words
all
right out of
support
my
you.
mouth.
Don't lecture me either.
We're-
Not lecturing, just telling you.
Discussion's done. Once I make this final comment, it is not the superintendent to bring this to negotiations, it is the board. It is the board. So thank you for the discussion, all that participated, and I'm going to take this calendar item to a vote. It was recommended that the board approve the student attendance calendar 2023-2024 as presented. Do I have a motion?
I'll make
I'll
the
make the
motion.
motion.
I'll second.
Trustee Napier made the first motion. Trustee Cooper made the second. And do I have, we need to take this to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're going to do one more item and then take a 5-minute break. Item 5 is approval of Citizens Task Force, CTF, nominees and appointees for 2023. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. We seek approval this evening for 2 additional members for the Citizens Task Force. As you're probably aware, the Citizens Task Force is designed to serve in an advisory capacity, and they may make recommendations to the board and give input into the programs and services that we provide here in TUSD. And the membership of the Citizens Advisory Committee is intended to reflect the diversity of our community, as well as represent diverse viewpoints. The updated list includes representatives from Golden Hills Community Service District, as well as a change in for a representative from JMS to TILA as their school site. Thank you.
It was proposed that the governing board approve the nominees as presented on the attachment to serve on the Citizens Task Force. Nominations were made by school sites and civic organizations, in addition to requests for each board trustee to appoint a representative. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
It was moved by trustee Napier and seconded by trustee Du Sorensen that the board approve the Citizens Task Force nominees and appointees for 2023. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We will now take a 5-minute break at 6:35. Welcome back after our 12-minute break. That's okay, that's pretty good. Hope everybody took care of things. We are resuming the meeting at 6:47 with item 6 under the superintendent's category, appointment of Facilities Advisory Committee. Welcome back. Sorry, I think I need a longer break. 12-minute break. Superintendent Larson. That's okay, that's pretty good. Hope everybody took care of things. We are resuming the meeting at 6:47 with item 6 under the superintendent's category, appointment of.
There we go. Okay, are we good to go? Thank you, sir. All right, thank you, President Kaminsky. Okay, we all appreciated the break, a little caffeine, and we're ready for the next item. So item 7.6, appointment of Facilities Advisory Committee members, I think is moving everybody forward in the right direction to getting to hold that very first Facilities Advisory Committee at the end of this month. So just to dial back a little bit and revisit how we got to where we are. At the December 2022 regular board meeting, the TUSD Governing Board approved the formation of the Facilities Advisory Committee for the purpose of creating a platform where local stakeholders can meet once per month and provide input on district facilities. So we have bylaws. Those are posted up on our website. The board already approved those bylaws to guide the operation, purpose, and function of the Facilities Advisory Committee. And there, within the bylaws, it identifies 13 seats for voting membership on the committee, in addition to 2 board member representatives who have already been appointed by the board. And those are, for those who don't know, those are Trustee Napier and Vice President Kelly will be the board representatives that sit on the FAC. So if we don't have enough acronyms already, now we have another one, the FAC. So the Facilities Advisory Committee, or FAC, has 13 seats for voting membership. They include a parent representative from each school. Those schools are Cummins Valley, Golden Hills, Tompkins Elementary, Jacobson Middle School, Tehachapi High School, and TILA, Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy. The membership also includes 3 community members and a representative from CSEA, Tehachapi Association of Teachers, and Confidential Management. So that will be 1 for each one of those groups. 1 for Tehachapi Association of Teachers, 1 for California School Employees Association, 1 for Confidential Management, for 3. And then a secondary level, grade 6 through 10 student member, there's 1 seat for that. So what you have before you this evening is a packet that has all of the applications that were received. Within the board agenda, they're organized by site or category so that the board can have discussion and conversation for that particular site or representative category before moving on to the next. The idea being that you will discuss, like, for example, the first site is Cummins Valley. There are 3 candidates who wish to have that seat for membership. The board will have discussion on those 3 candidates and come to consensus as to which candidate will be the one that would be on the final ballot. And then we'll move forward for each one of the different sites or groups that they would be representing and kind of building that ballot as we go through. Clerk Wood is going to be recording on her document. I'll be recording on mine. President Kaminsky as well. We'll make sure when we get to the end that our ballots all match up on the final selection. And then when the board, assuming if the board decides to take that step and motion to approve the membership, it will be based on the consensus that is discussed for each one of those categories before the final vote occurs. So that's how it's organized. I know that there's a lot that's there. Again, you have hard copies of the applications in front of you. Mr. Napier, did you have a question?
Yeah, we're going to go in order as it's listed here on the agenda. We're just going to go section by, perfect, thank you.
Yes, that's exactly the idea. So, President Kaminsky, do you want to take over, or do you want me to announce what they are, or are you good to go?
I'm good to go. Thank you.
Okay, great.
So the applicants for the seat from Cummings Valley Elementary are Kara Hanstein, Christopher Lance, and Jeff Stock. Board, I don't know if you had a chance to look over the applications, but once you do, if you have any comments, we'd love to hear them. I'll go first.
I have a quick question. Are you going to call and see if anyone's here, if they want to come up and speak, or are you going to just go by
No,
application
we're just going to
only?
go by the application.
Okay, thank you.
I noticed right away, Mr. Stock, keeping in mind that he can be chosen as the JMS representative, as he has a child at that school. He has 17 years' experience working with, in custodial grounds and maintenance. And I believe that's a better resume, so to speak, than the other two applicants who I appreciate applying. Anyone else?
Yeah, when I was going through it, the Kara Hanstein, she looked like she had 20 years in experience at the Huntington Library in the gardening, the botanical garden, which I thought was just bringing a really different perspective that might be needed.
Any other trustees?
President Kaminsky, are you looking for a motion for
No,
when we're ready?
we're
or-
looking for a consensus. Just
Okay.
anyone you're ready to chime in with your opinion,
Okay.
please do so.
Yeah, I'll echo your comment, President Kaminsky, for Jeff Stock.
And mine was for Kara Hanstein.
I'm good with Jeff Stock.
I think I would go with Jeff Stock.
Okay, there's a consensus for Jeff Stock to be the Cummings Valley Elementary representative on the Facilities Advisory Committee. Again, I'd like to thank Ms. Hanstein and Mr. Lance as well.
So just as a quick reminder, the official vote on the entire ballot would occur at the end when the motion is made. We will need to name the candidate who's being the appointee for each site or group. Thank you.
Okay, Golden Hills Elementary, there's only one applicant, Brian Reel. Is there a consensus that we should accept Mr. Reel?
Yes.
I agree.
Okay, we accept Mr. Reel by consensus. Tompkins Elementary. Yeah. Why? At Tompkins, we have three applicants, Jamie Cookson, Sarah Laughlin, and David Watkins. Jamie Cookson, Sarah Laughlin, and David Watkins.
I'd make a recommendation for David Watkins based upon his occupation and about 20 years' experience in safety, quality, similar kind of oversight of things like that, so.
I'm good with David as well.
Mr. Sorensen, did you have a comment? I didn't hear.
I just said, thinking myself, I'm still recovering.
I would go along with David Watkins also.
Okay. We have a consensus for David Watkins to be the representative from Tompkins Elementary.
Real quick, not related to that one. There's a Corey Costello in here that's not on this list.
It is.
Yeah, he is. He's there. Community members.
Oh,
And he's in our audience.
I see.
Where does it say where they want to be?
On this paper here, open it up in there.
I do see a duplicate. Jeff
Okay,
Stock.
now we're on Jacobson Middle School. Jamie Cookson, Sarah Laughlin, Pamela Mangelsdorf, Jose Mena, and Amy Shugart are first 5 applicants. Mr. Stock's already been selected, so he can't be selected again.
I'd like to put my 2 cents in for Pam Mangelsdorf. She's been at Golden Hills, the PTO fundraising. She does AYSO soccer. She's on that board. She's been on CTF. Her kids are in music and sports. She is a retired collegiate rowing coach. I know we don't have that here, but still, the coaching aspect is there. Whatever she starts, she finishes. She will see it through.
She also attended the previous, not the last one, but Sipping with the Soup.
I would agree with Clerk Wood. Incredible resume of volunteerism, shows a high level of commitment, so I would definitely agree with that one.
I agree with both of them.
I agree.
Okay, we have consensus that the Jacobson Middle School representative for the Facilities Committee is Pamela Mangelsdorf.
So President Kaminsky, I just wanted to mention that for edification for our community members that are here, some parents are listed under multiple sites because they have children who attend multiple sites, and so that makes them eligible to serve on the committee. Just like as a parent, if you have a child at Jacobson and a child at Tompkins and you want to serve on the school site council in both places, you could. So parents who submitted an application, you'll see their names repeated because they have students who are attending various school sites. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, for Tehachapi High School, I need a consensus for Amy Shugart because Ms. Mangelsdorf has just been selected for JMS.
I'm good with Amy.
Agreed.
I agree.
We have a consensus that Amy Shugart will be the representative on the Facilities Committee from Tehachapi High School. Okay, the Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy, there's one applicant, Curtis Nelson. Do I have a consensus from the board that Mr. Nelson be on the Facilities Committee?
I'm good with Curtis.
Agreed.
Agreed. There's a consensus for Curtis Nelson to be the TILA representative on the Facilities Committee. Now we go to community members. Corey Costello, Guy Dees, Connor Harris, Patrick Kellaway, Corey Torres. I am at least familiar with all 5 names in one way or the other, and I'm going to need some time on this one.
So President Kaminsky, let me also clarify for the board that in this category of community members, the board will be selecting 3 individuals. Unlike the school sites have 1 parent rep per school. Community representation is 3 total. So you'll be looking at that list of, I believe it's 5 candidates and making a selection of 3.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's still going to be hard.
President Kaminsky, I can give you my 3 if you want to make a mental note, or you want to wait, or how do you
Just
want?
wait a minute.
Got it.
Please.
I'd like to consider Corey.
Hold on. I haven't even looked at them yet.
I have my 3 as well.
Sorry.
Okay, now I'm ready. I'm going to be taking the names of each of your 3, so we know if there's a consensus on 1, 2, or all 3. So, Trustee Napier?
Okay. I have Corey Costello, Corey Torres, Guy Dees. For a little bit of clarification as to why. Corey Costello, heavily involved, obviously, with the Warrior Booster Club president. They bring in tremendous amount of funds and resources and support to our students. Incredible partnership there. Corey Torres, obviously, he's the district manager for Tehachapi Valley Recreation and Park District. I think that'd be a great partnership for us to continue. I know there's already a partnership there. I think that partnership could continue and improve. Guy Dees, varsity baseball coach, head coach, incredible person. In addition to that, I know he has experience in other schools, so I think he could bring a good perspective to the district for things that he has seen in the past in other areas. So Corey Costello, Corey Torres, Guy Dees.
Thank you. Trustee Du Sorensen?
My recommendation is Corey Torres, Corey Costello. And I was looking at Patrick Kellaway. For the backgrounds and the education purposes and what they could bring to the table from their backgrounds.
Thank you.
Everybody has a degree or been in education.
Thank you. Clerk Wood?
My 3 would be Corey Costello, Guy Dees, and Corey Torres.
I also,
Trustee Kelly, he's already given mine because he sits next to me, but he wants to do it out loud.
no, you're fine.
Obviously, Corey Costello, as numerous have mentioned, Guy Dees as well. And then because I looked at the 2 Corys were similar in their education, I went with Connor Harris as my 3rd option.
Trustee Sweeney, go ahead.
I went with Corey Torres, Corey Costello, and Guy Dees as well. A lot of the same reasons. When I was in AYSO, I worked with Guy Dees. He's an exceptional guy.
Thank you. Trustee Cooper, are you ready? If not, we can stop here. We have a consensus.
I guess I do, yes. The reason I say that.
Which one are you looking for?
The Connors. I think it's Connor. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'll go with Guy Dees, Corey, and Patrick.
Okay. I'll be going, just since everybody else is on the record, for both Corey's, Costello and Torres, and Mr. Dees, with apologies to my friend Patrick Kellaway. He's a great guy. He's a fellow football official, but I have to go with those three. So for the community members, we have Corey Costello, Guy Dees, and Corey Torres, with thanks to Connor Harris and Patrick Kellaway for applying.
While you're organizing your thoughts over there, President Kaminsky, just wanted to let the group know, for Classified Employee Association 466, you'll see that there are two candidates, and you select one.
Okay, the applicants for CSEA unit number 466 is Frankie Pointer and Raymond Schmidt.
Do you want comments, Mr. President Kaminsky, or?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going with Raymond Schmidt. I don't know either of them, so unfortunately it's judging via paper, but it appears Raymond Schmidt has a handful of kids in the district, so they both look equally qualified. I feel bad, but I'm going with Raymond Schmidt.
And I will agree with that for Mr. Schmidt. Again, both have experience in maintenance, but Mr. Schmidt has 3 kids in the district and more experience, work experience.
And I'm good with Mr. Smith as well.
Anyone else?
Raymond as well.
All right, we have a consensus that Raymond Schmidt represent Classified School Employee Association number 466. And thanks to Mr. Pointer for applying. Tehachapi Association of Teachers, Deborah Haberly is the sole applicant. Is there a consensus that Ms. Haberly be the representative for the Facilities Committee representing TAT?
Yes.
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 I hear a consensus, so Deborah Haberly is the Tehachapi Association of Teachers representative on the Facilities Committee. TUSD Confidential Management, we have 2 applicants, Bonnie Porter and Robin Hall.
I'd like to go first, and I'm with Bonnie. I feel like she's a team player always, and she always shows up.
I would echo that as well. From everything I've seen, Dr. Porter always has kind of a global look at our students. So that, to me, holds tremendous value for something as this, as it's not just sidewalks or libraries, it's everything. So my vote be Dr. Porter.
I didn't know Dr. Porter had excess time on her hands. Right? And I would, all kidding aside, have to agree. And she was my last boss, correct? Yeah, so, and she put up with that, she survived that, and speaking of Mrs. Hall, I met her visiting daycare, and she does a great job there, and I thank her for applying. Oh, yeah, we have a consensus.
I agree with it.
We have a consensus that TUSD Confidential Management Representative on the Facilities Committee is Dr. Bonnie Porter.
So, and at this point in time, we do not have any student candidates. But just like we did with CTF, if we have candidates that come in, and we'll be encouraging our Jacobson Middle School administration and Tehachapi High School administration to seek out those ASB members or student leaders on their campus and encourage them to submit an application. And we would intend to bring those forward April, May, whenever those applications come in, so the board could take additional action. So, Mr. Kaminsky, would you like me to review, or you have it?
One more comment on the secondary student. While I can't do it as board president, and I wish I would have thought of it today and had somebody do it for me, the Interact Club at Tehachapi High School met today, and that would have been a great way to advertise, which we still can do, but, and then a JMS Student Council, is it appropriate or maybe even illegal to offer extra credit?
It might be. I think we better leave the extra credit out of it.
All right, any student
But
listening to
it's
this, I tried.
Great leadership opportunity for a student to be the voice of other students, get feedback from their colleagues at school, and bring that information to the committee and share. And just to have a student voice that's present in the conversations, I think is very important. So hopefully we'll have some student candidates come forward very soon.
I have one thought. Is the possibility, if we don't have anybody and it gets going, maybe invite a student just to see what it's like? You know, maybe somebody's like, hey, I don't want to sign up for this. And they went and they saw the conversation and see how they would be a valuable asset to it. I'm just saying maybe that would be okay. They could come listen and watch and learn.
I would prefer that they make the commitment. Just, they've had plenty of time, and I don't want them to come in after it started. Just, I appreciate the idea, but this is part of the, Ms. Bowman brought up the apathy, and this is kind of evident, because this is a great opportunity to learn, as the superintendent said, and I wish somebody would.
Also open to student athletes, right? And just as a
sure,
reminder,
whoever.
just like with Citizens Task Force, DLAC, Superintendent's Parent Advisory Council, many of the other community groups and input groups that we hold here in the district, the agendas will be posted 72 hours in advance. They're always open to the public, so students could choose at any time to come and attend. They won't be voting members, so they would have to be silent on anything that's being voted on. However, just like we do in a board meeting, the community is always welcome to come to the FAC meetings and share comment and participate in that way, and that would include students as well.
Well, since they're non-voting, I'll go back and, I'll agree with Clerk Wood if they come late, but better late than never, as the old saying goes. But I would hope that they come for the first meeting.
Me too. Okay, so do we want to run down the ballot of what that has shaped up like through the board's conversation?
Please.
Okay. I have recorded Cummins Valley consensus for candidate Jeff Stock. For Golden Hills, consensus for candidate Brian Reel. For Tompkins Elementary, consensus for David Watkins. For Jacobson Middle School, consensus for Pamela Mangelsdorf. For Tehachapi High School, consensus for Amy Shugart. For Tila Independent Learning Academy, or Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy, rather, consensus for Curtis Nelson. And in the category of community members, we have 3 that there were consensus on: Corey Costello, Guy Dees, and Corey Torres. For Classified School Employee Association 466, consensus for Representative Raymond Schmidt. For Tehachapi Association of Teachers, consensus for Deborah Haberly. And finally, for TUSD Confidential Management, consensus for Dr. Bonnie Porter. And that would be the whole group that the board will be voting on in a motion with those identified.
Do I have a motion to approve the appointment of those named by the superintendent to the Facilities Advisory Committee?
I'll make the
I
motion.
motion.
It was motioned by trustee Napier and seconded by trustee Due Sorensen that the board approve the appointment of those named to the Facilities Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously, 7-0. Item 7, approval of resolution number 01-MAR23, California Day of the Teacher, May 10th, 2023, including Teacher Appreciation Week, Monday, May 8th through Friday, May 12th, 2023. Superintendent?
Thank you, President Kaminsky. California Day of the Teacher is intended to honor all Tehachapi Unified School District teachers who contribute to the success of our students through their professionalism, dedication, and caring. We value all that our teachers do for our students and their families, and we look forward to recognizing them in May. This would be a roll call vote also.
Right. The resolution states, whereas the day of May 10th, 2023 has been recognized by the California Department of Education as the California Day of the Teacher as per California Education Code Section 37222, and whereas special recognition will be given to all teachers, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District recognizes and wishes to honor the contributions of our teachers by designating May 10th, 2022 as, shouldn't say 2023?
Can we make that correction?
Yes, as the Day of the Teacher, and hopefully passed and adopted by the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District at its board meeting of March 14th, 2023 by the following vote. First, do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by trustee Due Sorensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve resolution number 01-MAR23, California Day of the Teacher, May 10th, 2023, and including Teacher Appreciation Week, Monday, May 8th through Friday, May 12th, as presented. Ms. Somaker?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Due Sorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Approval, item number 8, approval of resolution number 02-MAR23, Classified School Employee Association Week, Monday, May 22nd through Friday, May 26th, 2023. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. CSEA, or California School Employee Association, our chapter is Chapter 466. Those team members perform essential work for TUSD students and schools each and every day. The designation of Classified Employee Appreciation Week is intended to recognize and celebrate the important contributions and professional support that TUSD School District classified employees provide to our students each day. As we do with our certificated staff, we look forward to celebrating our classified team members in May as well. Thank you.
Okay, the resolution states, whereas the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2023 has been recognized by the California Department of Education as the Classified School Employees Week as per California Education Code Section 45460, and whereas special recognition will be given to all classified employees. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District recognizes and wishes to honor the contributions of our classified employees by designating the week of Monday, May 21st through Monday, May 27th, 2023 as a special week to recognize the service of classified employees. Passed and adopted by the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District at its board meeting of March 14th, 2023. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second. It was moved by trustee Due Sorensen, seconded by trustee Cooper, that the board approve the resolution. Ms. Amaker?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper?
Aye.
Trustee Sorensen?
Aye.
Trustee Napier?
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. And let me find my cursor. Thank you, Superintendent Larson Emerson.
You're welcome.
Item 8, business. Mr. Intezari, welcome to the party.
Happy to be here. Thank you, President Kaminsky. Do I start? It's okay.
Item 1, presentation adoption of resolution number 04-MAR23, positive certification of the second interim report for 2022-2023. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The rest of the board, it's been a very exciting week. Very excited to share this news with you and give you an update on our second interim and what that means for us for the rest of this year and into the future. So we're going to discuss kind of how we budget and some of the timelines, go over some of our revenue and expenditures, as well as kind of give you an overview of what we spend our money on. As well as a bit of an update on the budget for the state of California for 2023-2024 and what that means for TUSD, and give a summary of the multi-year projection. Next slide, please. So when we develop a budget, it's primarily based off of what the state is projecting their budget to be. So we will, in January, the governor proposes his budget for the next year. And then in May, the governor then will revise their budget, and that's what we adopt our budget based on. Typically, it doesn't change very much between May and June, except for last year was kind of an anomaly. So this budget is, and multi-year projection is based on the January proposed budget. So our interim budgets, the first interim, we spoke in December about what things looked like as of October 31st. And now today, here in March, we're going to talk about what things look like as of January 31st and what the next 2 years are projected to look like. So the biggest announcement is the cost of living adjustment. So to remind everyone, last year we were awarded a record-breaking 13.26% COLA and augmentation increase. Historically, over the last 20 years, we're typically looking at about 2%. So these are astronomical numbers, but as everyone can probably relate, we're seeing astronomical increases in prices and stuff like that. And so that's what this number represents. While it is more funding, it's for a purpose. And so this year, the state is projecting 8.13% COLA. And then for the progressing year, another 3.54% COLA. So these are significant numbers that are built in and that we're excited about. This is very good news for us. So in our budget assumptions, the way we come up with, what the future is going to look like, it's not just in isolation. We consult with our county office. There's a professional legislative analyst office. The School Services California is a consulting company, the largest in California for public school districts for K-12 and community colleges. And we also look at the information that we know here locally that impacts us. Next slide, please. So what does 8.13% COLA mean? Is that we will be increasing the base grant that we get per ADA, so enrollment net of absences. So for TK to 3s, you can see we get about $9,186. Currently, that's going to increase by $745. And then after the what's called a grade span adjustment, so it's just for particular grade spans. So you might recall TK to 3, we get additional funding per ADA to keep class sizes smaller. High school 9 through 12, you'll see $312, and that's to fund CTE initiatives. So we'll see a significant increase, about $700, $800, $900 per ADA for each grade span. So this is very exciting news for us. Any questions? No? Okay, next slide. All right, so we're going to give a breakdown of the revenues and just a brief reminder, unrestricted, we have two types, unrestricted and restricted. So the unrestricted is the money that we generate based off of attendance, and the restricted is for specific purposes. So when we're budgeting, unrestricted is really important because the restricted money, if we have it, we spend it. If we don't have it, we don't spend it. But the unrestricted, that's your basic, school teacher, school administrator, district office, those kinds of expenses. And those are the ones really subject to the COLA increases. Those are the things that we have to commit to. Next slide. So total revenues we're looking at for this year, 73.15 million. This is a significant jump up because we received those block grants that we talked about the first interim, the arts, music, and instructional material block grant. We also received the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, and as well as the transportation, the change in the reimbursement program for transportation. So we're looking at our LCFF, so our bread and butter, mostly generated by attendance, and that's what we're entitled to, regardless of what property taxes are. We're entitled to 44.9 million, and that makes up about 61%. We have federal revenues, and so that's for programs like Title I, Title II, and if you're not familiar with what these are federal programs. So we have state programs where the state has their budget, and then they pass the money to us for specific initiatives, but then there's the federal government, Department of Education has their own initiatives, and some of these have been around for a very long time. So Title I is what we use to serve socioeconomic disadvantaged students based on the population of a school. We have Title II funds, which is for professional development for teachers and administrators. We also have funds that are like Title III for English language learners. And so these are kind of these pots of money that we use for some of that supplemental stuff, just beyond what we would use our normal operating money for. We also get federal special education money. We get state special education money. The state, a good example for the state, what makes up that 12.3 are things like our expanded learning opportunity program. So that's the state initiative that wants to expand the school day, make school a little earlier, make school a little later, make school 30 days beyond the regular school day. And so that's kind of what a lot of Dr. Porter's programs are about that she brings forward. We also have after-school education. We have proceeds from the lottery. So if any of you buy scratchers or lottery tickets, that money does flow through us and pretty significantly, which is pretty awesome. And then we just have local proceeds. A lot of that is actually related to money that comes from the county for special education. So as you can see, 61% is mainly the LCFF, with federal and state about 16% each. And then that local number is mostly special education with another 5%. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about expenditures. So a lot of questions, if anybody asked, I would tell them that we are in the people business. We spend a lot of money on salaries and benefits. So that 76% number is what we spend as a whole. That's unrestricted and restricted combined. So if you hear me say that we want to spend anywhere to 80, 85% of our budget on salaries and benefits, we're specifically talking about unrestricted, because those are the kind of expenditures that we can control. Those are the things that we are expected to perform, right? And that's mostly made up of teachers, but also your classified support staff. And so currently, out of the unrestricted proportion, we are at about 86% of salaries and benefits for unrestricted, but as a whole, 76%. Any questions or anything so far?
560 full-time employees, is that what that said?
So full-time equivalent,
Oh,
so
equivalent,
if
okay.
you add them up.
Okay.
But we are pretty high up there in staffing. Most of your teachers are going to be a full FTE, but we have a lot of our classified staff that are 8 hours, 6.5 hours, just because the school day isn't a full 8 hours. Next slide. So in looking at our revenues, we were about 73 million, but we do have about 6 million worth of additional funds. So that's about, matches about our expenditures. So we're at about 67. With the approval of the management and confidential employees, that number would tick up to about 67.7, 67.8, right around there. So as you can imagine, so certificated salaries, we're spending about projected to spend a little over 22 million, making up 35%. The non-instructional staff making up 18%. Benefits making up about 25%. Supplies and equipment and services kind of rounding out the rest with about 20% combined. So, you know, that's where that 75% being spent on people comes in. Next slide. So here I want to show you, as of January 31st, so we always talk about, I break down things in object codes, which is just the, you know, what's a certificated salary, a classified salary. But we also report out in a different code that's a function, and this describes like what the purpose of what we're doing, just to kind of show you what your funds are going towards. So as of January 31st, in actual money spent, we spent 32.3 million, with 49% of that being directly instructional. So that's, you can consider that inside the classroom. That's teacher salaries, that's instructional supplies for the classroom. So about half of what's spent is directly in the classroom. But being a school and knowing that it's all not just about what's going on in the classroom, you also have instructional administrators, you know, so you can think of that as your principals, your learning directors, you know, essentially the supporting instruction at the school site. With that making up 11%. Pupil services, so when you think of your nurses, you think of your psychologists, you think of transportation, then you're getting into about 13%. Ancillary, which is just kind of like your community services if you're paying for like a field trip or something like that. Then you have administration, right? So someone has to do the hiring, someone has to do the paying the bills, paying employees. That's essentially your district office and board expense and kind of just everyone, you can imagine what administrative expense is. And then with about 13% spent on facilities, that's just kind of whether you think of the actual maintenance, operations, groundskeeping, custodial, that kind of expense. So as we go from the right and go counterclockwise, we're essentially getting further from the classroom. But even, you know, spending 12% on administration, it's all really directly impacting students. It's impacting learning. It's supporting teachers. It's supporting students. So even though it's saying 49% is spent on direct instruction, you know, you could see that the pie is pretty much serving students as a whole. Next slide. All right, so this is just a brief update on kind of how the state of California is doing. I promise to keep it short. But in January, the governor proposed a total budget for next year of $270 billion, but that projects deficit spending of $13.5 billion. And so 81 billion, or about 28% of the state budget, is actually for K through 12. So the Legislative Analyst's Office does have a difference in how much they think is going to be deficit spending. So the governor projects about $13.5 billion. The Legislative Analyst's Office thinks it might be $5 billion more, especially considering with the 8.13% COLA being funded partially by one-time dollars. That means, you know, the COLA is supposed to be ongoing. We're supposed to be relying on that money continuously. So to see that funded by one time means that it's not, you know, a strong, solid foundation, but knowing that the governor is not dipping into reserves, looking into next year is a good sign in terms of the state's economic health. There's just kind of differences in opinion. So the COLA funded, 8.13% is pretty significant if you consider that over the last 20 years, it's been about 2.8% historically. Some new initiatives that being proposed is Proposition 28, and this essentially will set aside 1% of the state budget for supporting arts, music, just another initiative of the state to really push the arts. And so this did come at a cost where our arts and instructional block grant that I was talking about the last budget presentation has been reduced, but it's really to make room for this ongoing expense. So it's not, is it kind of a red flag? Yes, but it's not a reduction in arts as a whole. It's just kind of a shift since there's kind of overlapping objectives there. Next slide. One of the things that we are constantly keeping a tight eye on is our retirement benefits, because these are a significant cost. As you can see, if you add the salaries, half of the salaries is what we spend in benefits, with a big part of that being the retirement. It's a big perk of the job. It's the reason why we can get and retain employees. But on the classified side, we're looking at 25, and a third percent, getting up to 27%. So essentially, for every dollar an employee makes, we're paying 27 cents on top of that for retirement. And it would be one thing if they got to see that, whether they stayed here or not, but that just kind of gets thrown on the heap. If you leave a CalPERS job, you can only collect the amount that you as the employee contributed. So does it sound like a Ponzi scheme? A little bit, but it's definitely a rising cost that we are conscious of. The state is very supportive of the teachers' retirement system, where they will contribute towards that to kind of ease the cost on the school districts. So, for example, the amount that the state contributes to STIRS, that contributed to STIRS last year, was about to Hatchby was worth $2 million. So there's a significant investment, but we still pay 19% or 19.1 towards for every dollar that a teacher is making. So it is something to keep an eye on. As I mentioned, for the arts, music, and instructional materials block grant, there was a reduction. We were originally told that we'd be receiving $2.38 million, but since they reduced their total budget by 35%, in our ledger, we reduced our allocation by 35%, and that's just an estimation, but probably close enough. Special education is something that I know is important to a lot of people here, so I want to let them know that the COLA is also being applied to the amount that we receive per ADA for special education. This is extremely important because we have something that's called maintenance of effort, which essentially means you have to spend as much money as you did last year on special education as you are this year. And if you don't, you have to have a very good reason. Typically, you would have to break it down by student then how much you're spending, because sometimes there is a good reason. But this is just something that, it's something that we have to keep a close eye on, because if we're just spending special ed money, like if we invest a lot of money in one year, and then the next year we don't maintain that effort, we are penalized. So it's not to take away from special education, but to see that COLA be applied to special ed as well is kind of alleviate some of the burden on the general fund, and makes it a bit easier to maintain those services. So we're excited about that. Next slide. All right, so as part of the positive certifications being recommended, the multi-year projection has to demonstrate that we're able to meet our obligations for the next, not just this year, but the next 2 years, and have the reserve, the minimum reserve required by the state, which is 3% of our expenses. That's not very much. The board has historically a minimum of 9%. And so in here, we're going to just go over briefly that the revenues and the expenses projected for this year, but then those are total revenues, total expenses, the difference of those, but then what I'm including is the unrestricted ending fund balance, because the restricted fund balance is just, that's money set aside for a specific purpose. That's not for reserves. That's not for economic uncertainty. That's not for anything but the reason why you got those funds. So with about $73 million in revenue this year and $67 expense, we have a difference of $6 million, mostly attributed to the block grants, but the impact on that is an unrestricted ending fund balance of $15.3 million. Next year, the revenues and expenses significantly less because of not receiving the one-time funds, and then reduction in expenses because of expiring funds, like the COVID funds will be expiring. So we have expenses that we would need to reallocate, whether it's to the block grant, whether it's to move them to unrestricted. That's not built into that expense, but we are demonstrating an ability to afford those ongoing expenses. So we would be a difference of 2.5 million in our unrestricted ending fund balance at about 18.7 in 24-25. And again, these are projections, so subject to change based on the governor's budget or our own kind of situation, but for the most part reliable. We'd be looking at 63 million in revenues, 61 million out, a difference of 2 million, and almost 22 million in unrestricted ending fund balance. That unrestricted ending fund balance, aside from the commitment for the board allocation of 9% of expenses for economic uncertainty, we've also have historically requested the board allow for a commitment for technology, about $200,000. Luckily, we've been able to use our operating income, but that's money that we know in this day and age is an expense that we're gonna have to meet. So let's say our money in was only salaries, we know those Chromebooks are gonna break, those technology in the classroom is gonna need replacement. So we ask that that fund be committed. We also have a commitment of $500,000 for textbook adoption. I'm sure you all recall at some point textbooks being very expensive, and that's still the case. And then we've also requested the board allow commitment for what's called funding the OPEB liability. OPEB stands for post-employment, other post-employment benefits. So if you're a teacher, you've been here 20 years, you get to retire, and you still get to receive the benefit of the medical contribution until you reach Medicare age. And so that's something that a lot of the districts that still do it cap you at the amount you would have got when you retired. So if you retire at 55, you don't become eligible until 65. That 10 years, that insurance cost can like really get out of hand. But here it continues to raise with the teachers as if you were still active. There's also a retirement incentive. So if you're a teacher and you've been here a long time, you do get a rather large sum, about $5,000 a year for 5 years. And so it's kind of nice to be able to offer that to retiring teachers because, as we all know, it's not an easy job and it's kind of takes a toll on you, but it's also nice to know that you get to just be able to retire and enjoy your life and kind of not have to continue to work, even though some of them choose to come back and substitute, which I don't know why. Next slide. So, yes, any questions?
First, I want to thank you, Mr. Indazari. And also, I sent him and CC'd the superintendent a list of questions, which the second interim questions, he artfully integrated them into his presentation, I noticed, most of them anyway. So thank you with that. I do have one question. It's pretty minor. Insurance. Projected year is 618,000. Actual to date is 695,000. Is that going to keep going up? Is it, we're done?
Are you talking about insurance for just?
Under services and other operating expenditures, page 22.
Yes, okay, so yes, we pay CISC in July, lump sum, they charge us, it's about, that 600,000. Yes, we pay that and then that's it. It's the premium for the year, they charge us every July. It's not like your monthly premium like in your personal insurance.
Thank you.
But I think CIS costs are going to be going up in the short term.
I would assume the next year's budget will have that probably closer to 700,000 plus. It's not, I don't think, knowing CISC, I don't think that's going to go down. Anyway.
I couldn't
You
predict.
don't,
Well, we thought that medical expenses were going to increase for the beginning of this year, and we were told that they were going to stay flat. And so, stranger things happen. There's also other things built into that insurance premium that could be reduced in the near future.
The forecast at the last administrative advisory from Mr. Nick Kuklas from CISC was expect things to go in the upper direction.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I do. So, Mr. Intezari, you know I trust you with the numbers. There's no doubt. But as we just said, prices are going to go up for different things. We've got revenue going down from this year to next, projected at about 10 and a half, 11 grand. Expenditures are going down roughly 8, maybe 7.2. I'm having a hard time swallowing that one. Can you give me some more detail on what you, the block grant, I understand that one. But there's a difference between revenue and expenditures that comes out to, so it's 10 for one and 8 for the other. So can you give me an idea of how we got where we are for revenue, for expenditures for 23, 24?
Okay, so for expenditures, we are only budgeting a small, like the increase, whatever is recommended for CPI, Consumer Price Index. That's just essentially inflation for stuff. We maintain kind of the similar need. The kind of challenge with these one-time funds is that they're essentially requiring you to deficit spend in order to get to them because we're relying on our operating dollars year to year. So it doesn't, the estimation is how much we would need to spend. If that revenue number starts to decrease, the hope is that we can maintain those expenditure levels the same. What we don't want to do is run into, oh, we have more money this year, so we spend more this year. Oh, we have now less money this year. You know, just because the revenues are down doesn't mean we can pay our staff less. Doesn't mean that these increasing insurance, retirement contributions are going to go down. So they maintain pretty consistent. It's just more to reflect if we were doing the same. Some of those amounts would decrease if we have less restricted dollars. So if the restricted funds are expiring, the corresponding expenditures would also be expiring. But on the unrestricted side, they would be pretty consistent all throughout.
So in a nutshell, you're erring on the conservative side.
Very much so.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Trustee Napier?
I have a comment. I've been on the board a little over 2 years now, and it's a lot to understand all this stuff, but that was great. I appreciate kept it simple for a simple guy like me, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? All right. I have a resolution to read.
And a roll call vote to take.
Right. This is a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District, a positive certification by the second interim report by the Board of Trustees, resolution number 04MAR23. Whereas the Board of Trustees has adopted a budget for the operation of the Tehachapi Unified School District for fiscal year 2022-2023, and whereas the Board of Trustees has approved certain appropriations and transfers to the 2022-2023 budget, and whereas the Board of Trustees finds that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the 2022-2023 fiscal year and 2 subsequent fiscal years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Assembly Bill 1366, Chapter 741, Statutes of 1985, the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District certifies that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of the 2022-2023 fiscal year and 2 subsequent fiscal years. So I need a motion to approve the resolution.
Kelly, a motion.
My motion.
It was moved by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee DuSorensen to approve the resolution number 04MAR23. Ms. Amaker?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee DuSorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
The resolution is approved, 7 ayes, 0 noes. I know where I'm going, it'll just take a while to get there. Item 2, presentation approval of the transportation plan for Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari, and joined by Ms. Berry.
Thank
Good
you
to
very
see you.
much, President Kaminsky and the board. I'd like to first introduce you to our Transportation Supervisor, Denise Berry. You might remember her from a previous meeting, or possibly not, but I brought her. Why so shy? Yes, say hello.
Hi, thank you for having me.
It's on. Okay, so yes, so I brought her up here because as a chief business officer in our industry, I'm also responsible for certain other areas, including transportation. But if you ask me a complex question about a school bus or our routes or our students on the bus, I couldn't tell you. So she agreed to be back up. But I'm excited to explain this new transportation plan. This is a new initiative of the state as well. And we've been asked to formulate a transportation plan that has certain priorities, but you'll be relieved to find out that our board policy and our school district operations already meet most of this criteria, but it's a requirement to actually document the plan, and it's become a ability to really formulate how we're going to serve our community and make school as accessible as possible for as many students as we can. So, next slide, thank you. All right, so Assembly Bill 181 is the Home to School Transportation Reimbursement Program, and in a nutshell, it's going to take us from receiving $586,000 a year for transportation, a department that almost spends $3 million a year, to $1.36 million for a department that spends $3 million a year. But this is actually an ability to really increase our reach to our students and making transportation accessible when we're hearing about whether it's taking the girls varsity to a championship game, or whether it's afternoon routes in order to accommodate students that need transportation but after they participate in some kind of after-school activity. This is what allows us to do that. So the requirement does have, we're going to go over just briefly the education code and how we are required to offer transportation, but also prioritize students with disabilities, which we're doing, homeless children and youth, which we are doing, foster youth, which we are doing, TK to 6, which we do. And then touch a little bit on transportation fees. Essentially, the law says you can charge, but we're not going to. Next slide, please. So yes, as I touched on, Assembly Bill 181 it asks us to plan services to prioritize grades TK to 6. So TK is essentially 4-year-olds, and the 6th grade component is new. We were never asked to prioritize specific grades. So because 6th grade is outside of our elementary school, that's kind of a new element. But we're excited to kind of build that in and how that's going to help. We also have prioritization for disabled students, special ed, socioeconomic disadvantaged students. And so we're required to formulate this plan every April 1st, before every April 1st of every year beginning this year. We're also required to seek input from local stakeholders, whether it's staff, community members, local transit authorities, air quality and pollution control district, which we've done. And it's actually been really eye-opening. They've encouraged us to reach out to local transit authorities for support when it comes to secondary students, right? Because you're not going to put, 4th grader on a public bus, but, maybe you'd be more comfortable with just exploring the opportunities or partnering with local transit for maybe a high school student.
So, Mr. Ansari, I just wanted to mention, because this is the first time the district has done a transportation plan like this, because it's tied to the new reimbursement dollars that the district receives for transportation. But in order for us to receive and continue getting those dollars, although they don't cover all of transportation, right? It's better to get some than none. And in order to receive those dollars, that's where the requirement to submit this plan comes into play. So this is the very first iteration. I'm sure over time it will change, but as Mr. Antazari said, many of the items that are included are commonly previously addressed through board policy and will now be reiterated through district's transportation plan. So sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure the connect was there on why we're doing a plan now when we've never done one before. It's because we have new dollars.
All right, so we'll quickly run through the financials. So essentially, we will receive 60% reimbursement for qualifying expenses. Essentially, we can't receive 60% for an expenditure like a bus. That's an asset. They don't want you to buy a bus, get your 60%, and then sell the bus, essentially. So last year, it would be based on the prior year. So last year, we spent about 2.6 million. Less 353,000 for those types of assets. We normally received 586,000, but now we're going to be entitled to about 1.36 million in this year. Because of our expanding transportation services that we were going to do, and kind of anticipating this money, we have increased our current year expenses, our budget, to about 3.8 million. That's increasing salaries for transportation drivers, really increasing our fleet size. So that increase would essentially net out to be kind of, we were going to continue to spend what we were going to spend anyway, and just taking advantage of that 60% reimbursement and kind of leveraging that to increase our outreach. Next slide, please. So here's kind of a rundown of our routes. So currently, we're able to facilitate 9 routes. So first, they make a run for the secondary sites. Where does route number 1 go, Denise?
Stallion.
To Stallion Springs. So high school students would be the bus that for Route 1 would go pick up Stallion Springs students, take them to high school, and then do they go back to Stallion?
No, Bear Valley.
And then they go to Bear Valley to pick up kids and take them to CV. So that's how we're able to kind of double up the routes. So 9 buses, but essentially 18 trips per day. What time do you get up in the morning, Denise?
3:30.
3:30. And what time does the first bus roll out?
5:45.
Okay. So, and some of our routes have a pretty extensive reach. If you see route number 8, can you explain why route number 8 doesn't have an elementary route?
The high school, junior high school takes so long. They're out in Cameron Canyon by the time elementary gets out, so they can't make it back into town in time to pick up an elementary school.
Yeah, so our buses are essentially dropping off and then going back to pick up and dropping off again. And so on the right, you see a breakdown of the types of vehicles we have. Currently, we have 9 active buses and 4 spares. This is because we have issues staffing drivers, and so Mrs. Berry has done her best to kind of consolidate if a van will do, or if she can consolidate stops. Does that kind of cover what you do to back it up? Yeah. And so for special education, we have about 5 active SPED buses and 2 vans. And so for this next year, in order to kind of reach and kind of accomplish what we're trying to do, we'd like to expand to 14 buses to have 13 active and 1 spare, an additional SPED bus, and continue kind of being able to support our extracurricular activities with the vans that we have. Mrs. Berry reported to me that we have up to 6 vans can be out in one day for extracurricular activities. Question?
I do. Along with the routes, I've wondered this since I was a little kid because I grew up in Stallion. I felt like I had to walk 10 miles to the bus. I probably didn't. But how do you determine where the bus stops are?
Just the location and where we typically stay on the main roads. It's just the streets that get plowed the best, and they're well-maintained, and kind of pick like on Stallion, the community center, kind of just like little hubs. And it's the safest locations too.
Right.
So if any parent has a question, we do look into it and see, because I know they tried to move the community center one time, and the parents didn't like that new location, so we did move it back. So we do get parent input on where they prefer the stops to be.
Interesting, thank you.
So the district meets the priorities already existing in board policy for students with disabilities. We have board policy and administrative regulation for foster youth. We have board policy and administrative regulation for homeless, and that just means prioritizing. So like, what does prioritizing mean? And that's something that is not made very clear, but in conversations, what we are doing is just making sure to give any community member the opportunity to be able to get a seat on the bus, whether it's priority, getting first dibs, or making sure that, let's say you have a newly enrolled student that meets this criteria, making sure that they that not so much that they get a seat on the bus, not thinking about it that way, but that we provide the access to school, the best way that we can with the resources that we have. We are also prioritizing TK to 6th grade. So we already have routes dedicated for TK to 5th. So we're kind of already doing that. And so that 6th grade element is just going to be kind of new. But we don't anticipate too many issues, but we are kind of excited to see what this means for us and what that will reflect in terms of student attendance. Next slide.
I have another question, sorry.
Yeah.
What's the radius if kids go to Tompkins, how far away from the school do they have to be to get bused?
TK through.
That's
is it
actually in the plan.
third, 3/4 of a mile, fourth, and above a mile.
What grade was that?
Oh, I don't know, I'm just.
Oh, yeah, so
yeah,
our
any
board
school.
yeah, so grades TK to 3 is 3/4 of a mile. Grades 4 to 8, 1 mile from your school. Grades 7 to 9, 1 mile, and grades 9 to 12, 2 miles.
Interesting, okay, thanks.
So just kind of going over, again, detailing the types of jobs that we have, the types of equipment that we have, specifically the vehicles, right? So we have about 13 buses, general ed buses, 5 sped buses, and 2 vans that are offering transportation, like home-to-school transportation. We have 15 bus drivers, but we're looking to expand to 18 in order to accommodate the additional routes, with the remaining staffing being the same. And that being the same doesn't mean that we don't make a change, because we have retirements. As a matter of fact, today was the last day of, I won't say our favorite, but she's a very top 10 for sure, Mrs. Merrill Trapp. So we're very happy for her. We got to know her when during the closure she was around for the other services that they were doing. Bus drivers were doing a lot of the cleaning, really stepping up and helping us out. And we got to know a lot of them, and so it was really kind of nice. We've made a lot of visits to the transportation department, and the superintendent holds that's a very fun group, and I would agree. But the thing is that a lot of them have been here a really long time, and they start to retire. And being a school bus driver isn't really anybody's dream job, except for Mrs. Denise Berry. When times are good, or at least there isn't enough economic incentive, getting a bus driver is a challenge. Getting any kind of driver that we trust with students in the vehicle is not something that we take lightly. So it's just been a challenge to be able to get staff that are highly qualified, or that we can train to become highly qualified. And as part of the plan, in communicating with stakeholders, learning that that is something that they are interested in support, is us incentivizing and doing whatever it takes to make sure that we get those drivers. Next slide. So the required stakeholder input was actually really eye-opening. The local air pollution control district, these are the nice people that provide us that subsidy for a bus. So we are very grateful for them, and so they've encouraged us to continue participating in the program and just continuing to replace as many vehicles as we can with cleaner vehicles. They're pushing electronic or EV. but that is not something that works currently based on what kind of range and capacity that they can accommodate. So, but clean fuel burning vehicles is something that we're going to continue and continuing to participate in the Eastern Kern Air Pollution Control District programs. We also have the Regional Local Transit Authority, Kern Transit. They have kind of suggested, I know that there's a stigma around dial-a-ride, but that is something that has become a viable option for a lot of students that need it. Essentially, you with 24 hours notice, you can schedule a ride and it's about $5. In Tehachapi, they service in town and up to Golden Hills. So that's something that when we reached out to them, they were actually very excited because similar to us, they're not in it to make money, right? They're a public service, but the way that they generate more funds is by having more riders. Even though it's only a few dollars, that means more funding for them if they can demonstrate that they are serving the community. So we are interested in kind of expanding that conversation and seeing what they can offer for some of our secondary students here in town. And then the community. So when we first started the free transportation and we handed out 1,400 bus passes, that was definitely a challenge, and we definitely got a lot of community input. And so we've listened, and in participating in some community groups, like the Citizens Task Force, we got to meet, and it was really interesting. I thought that, people would think, all right, bus home to school, school to home, I get it. But there was a lot of really interesting input. We're going to be changing the way we do registration, right, Denise? Yes. No more first come, first serve, because in handing out bus passes, it was creating long lines. And, people can't, parents got to get to work or got to get home or got to go pick up their kids or take them right? So we understand. And so we're going to be creating more of an online registration or, where you can drop off an application instead of specifically having to be there for your bus pass. We also were really happy to see that there was a lot of support for expanding. When you're prioritizing a group of students, you're essentially saying no to the rest of the students. And so that is kind of conflicting for us because, we don't think that there's anything as rich kids and poor kids, just kids need to get to school, kids need to get home. We learned that that a lot of times it's the parents that are working or that have like high stress level jobs or, demanding hours, that they're the ones that also need transportation. So instead of just saying, okay, well, now we're going to give it to just those, that this specific population, really using these funds to leverage and expand our reach. We're also getting a lot of support for the incentivizing of new bus drivers, whether it just paying for training, paying some kind of bonus or whatever we'd call it, really to just get more drivers because it's a good job. It has a unique, it's definitely unique. It's split shift. You have to get up very early and then, the middle of your day, it's your own time and then back at it in the afternoon. So that I could see how that's not necessarily for everybody, but we are doing our best to incentivize and promote those opportunities. Any other questions? I did want to mention that, so stakeholder input is not something that is just required here at the board meeting. My email is at the end of, as well as my phone number. I didn't realize my phone number is on the end of everyone. But we are definitely open to communication. Oh, that's true. That's just the general number. There's only one Hojat. Yes, but anyone can email me. This plan, just because it's due by April 1st, to be adopted by the board does not mean that we're not open to input, open to changes, open to ideas. We're here to serve the community and whatever that takes. So please feel free to reach out to me, hndazaria@tehachapiusd.com.
Any questions or comments?
I only had one question. When you were posting, or one of the slides said the hiring needs, it said 18. Wouldn't you need more than that if there's 18 routes?
So we have 9 routes. It's just that they do 2
Well, I
trips
know,
each.
but like your buses, because I noticed like it said you had 14 active buses and then 15 drivers this year, and then it went to 18 active buses and then 18 drivers. I know it's incredibly hard to staff those positions, and I know that if someone's out, it really creates a disruption. So I'm just wondering, like, wouldn't you want to hire more than 18?
Oh, no, the superintendent has made it very clear that
Okay.
it's active, like, so in the same way that we have roving custodians, because there's just so many, and whether it's during the day, in the evening.
Right.
You know, if they're not there, they're entitled to their time off, whether it's to be sick or to, you know, personal needs, that's
Right.
fine. Yes, so we're also we're looking to implement 2 additional drivers. We've also kind of strategized with, we still have a bus driver / custodian. It's an opportunity to work, you know, 12 months instead of only the school year, and 8 hours. The issue with that, though, is that then, you know, when one has a higher demand, then the other thing is not being met. We also have a mechanic / bus driver position that's kind of entry level, just trying to expand our ability, you know, because at the same time, there is that fiduciary responsibility. It's
Right.
not good for morale if you have, well, this person makes just as much as I do, but they don't have to drive today. And so, you know, they're just hanging out in the office or something, you know. So just kind of how we balance that out. And that's part of, you know, just the challenge. Right now, we're trying to get as many
I wish there was like substitute drivers, almost like an on-call opportunity.
We have one.
I know, but like, you know what I mean? I wish it
Yeah.
was more sustainable, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and so we've made significant efforts, you know, when we bargained, we did come in at a very good rate for bus drivers that didn't require a lot of conversation. Everyone's like, yes, we'll take it. You know, we are very competitive in that compensation. I just think a lot of the challenges are who qualifies for a bus driver, who wants to be a bus driver. You know, you need a clean driving record. You have to pass DOJ testing. You have to have a lot of patience, right? Because how many kids can you get on a bus? 70, 82, right? So that requires a special someone. And so, yeah, so we are certainly doing whatever we can. We have reserved positions kind of as we have some retirements. We've added positions because we know this person's retiring, but we want to get that recruitment as soon as possible. So we've been creating extra positions, and while that does kind of create a bit of a wedge in our budget, it's just something, like you said, we can't have a gap. Someone's out, that bus is expected to be there that day at that time, you know, and there better be room, right? So, yeah, it's just a unique challenge, and that's why I have a lot of respect for our supervisor here, Mrs. Berry. You know, every day, even during COVID, finding very unique ways to still make sure, very unique ways. You took a van home, and you were like, dispatching, but like by yourself. Yeah, whatever it took to get it done, Mrs. Berry has done it, and we're very fortunate to have her.
Currently, I have 2 drivers behind the wheel. They're getting ready to test, and I'm opening up a class, spring break, so I should have 4 new people starting, so.
So that was what I wanted to mention, is if you didn't know, we are very, very, very fortunate. Ms. Berry attended training at the state level last year, graduated, it was June, I think, and is certified by the state of California to, here in Tehachapi, provide training so that drivers can be certified by her to get behind the wheel. And she jumps in there too. She's not just over there supervising. When needed, she jumps in and pulls routes herself, but we are very fortunate to have her, that she was able to go to the training and successfully pass. And I heard through an inside link that she was one of the superstars from that training cohort. Can't be denied.
I have a quick comment. Incredible presentation. It's one of those things I think we take for granted as parents, or I rode the bus, some of my kids rode the bus over the years. Something that I think you left out that's very important. If my wife was here, she would get up here and probably cry to say that her bus driver as a kid was like her therapist, was like her mom, was like her grandma, was one of the most kind, Miss Hannah, if you guys do Miss Hannah, one of the most wonderful people in the world. My bus driver as a kid too. We ride from Stallion at 6 in the morning, you know, and you sit in the front if you don't have a friend there with you, and they do provide literal, like, counseling and therapy to these kids. They love on them and they welcome them every single day. We talk about capturing kids' hearts. they walk on the bus, hey, I get it. It's not easy to see a bunch of middle school kids, I know I wasn't a good kid on the bus, and they provide an incredible service, obviously keeping our kids safe, number one, but to provide that therapy and that loving, smile is a big deal. So please just pass along the thank yous that really was, I was not a good kid on the bus, but they were always so kind to me, even though I didn't deserve it. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, from the other side of the coin, my wife was a bus driver in this district for 8 years. And other drivers told her she had some of the most problem people. Well, she sat them down and basically said this and this and this, and she treated them with respect, and guess what? She didn't have any trouble at all. And one time they had to chain up down at Keene to get back up the hill, and it was the troublemakers that helped her out. And that was her ideal job. She loved to drive.
Anyone else? I have 3 questions. The 12 transportation aids, is that all for special ed students, special needs?
We do have some on the gen ed buses if middle schools were having problems.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. We have added some aids to help the drivers.
So the principal, Mr. Lowe, doesn't have to go on the routes like I had to use?
Exactly.
And then I'm assuming when the new buses come on, do we have to pay for the cameras to be installed, or they come installed?
These ones, I don't believe it's in the package. They will be installed when they get here.
So all the current buses have cameras?
All of them do, yes.
I spent a lot of my career watching school bus video. And then finally, are we able to accommodate all the field trip requests?
Most of them, yeah. Athletics, I always get.
Right.
Elementary schools are pretty good with finding an open date, and we have been doing all those
Okay,
trips.
great. That's all I had. Thank you. Great presentation. I'm just checking, make sure it's not a proclamation. So it's recommended the board approve the transportation plan for the Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was moved by trustee Sorensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the transportation plan for Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And item number 3 for Mr. Intezari, approval of the technology structured cabling bid form for Tehachapi Unified School District.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. We are seeking approval for the bid from Advanced Communications. The services would be to provide cabling for JMS, completely recable with Cat6 cable for the classrooms, as well as for the wireless access points. This would provide a much higher bandwidth now that we've kind of made that leap with all the Chromebooks and providing more technology in the classroom than ever before. And this would kind of solve a lot of speed issues that the school has faced. We've also added to the project for the bid mounting and running cable for the access points that were purchased for the remainder of the schools. This would also create just greater access or greater bandwidth and properly mount them, because currently they're just installed in the classroom, but they're not mounted like to the ceiling, how you would expect, and kind of just out of the way. So we did receive, so 3 companies came out to do the walk in January, but we only received 1 bid. One of them reached out and said that part of the issue was not being able to accommodate the insurance requirements. Being a government agency, if you're on our campus, you do have to meet that requirement. But Advanced Communications came in with a bid of $639,656, but because we participate in E-rate, I wish I could tell you everything about E-rate. All I know is all those little fees that you pay in your wireless bill and your phone bill somehow comes back to school schools. And so because of that, and because of the type of community we serve, we're eligible for a 70% contribution towards these projects. So the project in total would cost the district $191,896. And we're seeking your approval of the bid from Advanced Communications.
Any questions from the board and comments? I wanted to say that I had questions, like the second interim report, I had questions on this bid. And again, Mr. Intezari integrated his answer to me in his presentation. Do I have a motion to approve the technology structured cabling bid form for Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
It's motion by Trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve the technology structured cabling bid form as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, that the motion passes 7-0. Item 4, approval of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete. It's from Cummings Valley and Food Services.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Cummings Valley Elementary and Food Services would like to declare damaged and broken items surplus, primarily a set of outdated encyclopedias and a no longer functioning cold cart. We seek your approval to declare the items surplus.
Okay, I need a motion.
Motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
It was motioned by Trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the Tehachapi Unified School District Board of Trustees declare the district property identified on the attached surplus transfer of property form as surplus and authorize the superintendent or her designee to take the steps necessary to dispose of said property. And this is a roll call vote. Ms. Amaker?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Du Sorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney. Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Item number 5, approval of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete, and this is from Maintenance and Operations.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The Maintenance and Operations Department would like to declare several damaged and broken equipment items surplus and properly put up for bid, since they do potentially have some value but are in poor quality and not really reasonable to use for our own purposes, as we have replenished equipment, or is just not worthy of the investment to us, but perhaps to someone else. And we seek your approval to put these items declared surplus and out to bid.
Any questions or comments from the board?
A couple comments. It's nice to see a lot of this equipment, browsing through it. A lot of it is pretty outdated, probably very unsafe. So it probably hasn't been used in a long time, so it's nice to see that stuff go for the safety of the employees for sure. And the auction market, just from my job, the auction market, you'll make a lot of money on these things. As shocking as that may sound, you'll be shocked. It'll be interesting to see. You will get a lot of money on this stuff. Yeah. Typically, we're throwing away old encyclopedias where people are like, yeah, whatever. But this stuff, I'm telling you, you're gonna have a lot of bids on that stuff.
All right, do I have a motion?
Motion.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
It was motioned by Trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Trustee Sweeney, that the Tehachapi Unified School District Board of Trustees declare the district property identified on the attached surplus transfer of property form as surplus and authorize the superintendent or her designee to take the steps necessary to dispose of said property. It's a roll call vote. Ms. Amaker?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Du Sorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Intezari. Instructional Services, Mrs. Paxton.
Good evening.
Item number 1, first read, revision to English Learner Master Plan, English Learner Reclassification Criteria.
All right. Revisions to the English Learner Master Plan includes updates to Section 5, pages 66 through 67, English learner reclassification criteria is presented as a first read. The revision includes substantial changes to the reclassification criteria. The changes allow for universal screeners such as iReady and FastBridge to be used as part of the reclassification criteria for English language learners. By including student performance on the universal screeners, there will be additional opportunities for students to be redesignated, which is especially helpful for high school students who only participate in state testing, the CASP testing in grade 11, which was or is currently part of our reclassification criteria. When making revisions, stakeholder groups were consulted to solicit input for needed changes. Any questions about that?
Seeing none. Item 2, it's the first read, so there's no action. Item 2, approval of the 2022-2023 single plan for student achievement.
Each school district that participates in one or more federal and/or state categorical programs funded through the state's consolidated application process pursuant to Ed Code 6400 shall establish a school site council in accordance with education codes. The school site council shall develop, approve, and annually review and update a school plan for student achievement known as the SIPSAT, which consolidates the plans required for those categorical programs into a single plan. Unless otherwise prohibited by law, all school sites have completed their SIPSAs using a uniform template supported by document tracking services. These SIPSAs have been approved by the respective school site council. Pursuant to board policy, the 22-23 single plans for student achievement are the model to focus school improvement efforts on student achievement and facilitate the effective use of available resources. The plans provide clear direction and identify cohesive strategies aligned with school and district goals. A single plan for student achievement for each TUSD school is presented for the board's approval.
Thank you. Do you mind addressing the question I sent you that you answered so appropriately? Would you rather me just do it?
I can answer it.
Yeah, okay, please. I think some are going to be surprised.
Are you wanted to know how many teachers
It's about the highly
are-
qualified teachers.
So in order for teachers to be determined to be highly qualified, they have to have be an intern or have a preliminary credential or a clear credential. Teachers that have a waiver or a permit are deemed by the CDE as not to be highly qualified. And so we have, at Tompkins, we have 3 teachers, Golden Hills, 1 teacher, Cummings Valley, 3 teachers, the high school, 5 teachers, and JMS, 3 teachers.
Thank you. I was curious on comparing the SARCs to the SIPSs. Sorry to use acronyms so much, but Mrs. Paxton answered my question quickly and concisely, and I appreciate it.
I had to reach out to Dr. Romero as well.
Yes, she's still here?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Romero. Oh, there you are. You're hiding. I couldn't see. I know. You know what they say about last, right? Yeah. All right, so do we have to vote these separately? Good, okay. Do I have a motion to approve the single plans for student achievement as presented to the board?
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly, to approve the 2022-2023 single plans for student achievement as presented. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton.
Thank you.
And Dr. Romero.
It's this time change. I'm not. So my eyes are a little blurry.
Oh,
Thank you,
go ahead, let me,
President Kaminsky. So I'm not going to read the whole summary.
No,
I'm going to just get to the point.
Let me introduce it. The only item, first read, revised job description for intervention specialist.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. So the job description that's before you as a first read, it was done in 2000, so it's 23 years old. 2 decades later, we're seeing that the description does not match the student needs. It's not actually what lists the actual duties of the person. It more so lists how the program and how students will be picked. So we wanted to get that cleaned up. As well as education and experience wasn't very clearly defined. It was a little bit vague. So that made hiring a little bit challenging because everyone kind of interpreted it a different way when they hired past people. So that allows us to really align to meeting student needs and what is being done by the interventionist specialist to find the best candidates. The other thing that we increased was the number of work days, 3 days, just to help with any training or professional development. We also added a designee to also work with them, as well as the vice principal and the principals. And that's just because we're seeing the intervention specialist really does small group at our tier 1 level intervention. So a lot of time, those case managers might be the social worker, the counselor, the school psychologist, the learning director. Students get referred, so that designee will be able to work with this classified person more diligently on what are the goals, how are we going to exit the student, how are we going to monitor the student. So those were the most significant changes to the job description. This is a first read, so it is for your preview. In the next board meeting, we'll be able to vote. I know there's a couple of principals, well, one principal, one vice principal that has informed me they do want to talk about the intervention specialist. Oh, and the other important thing is right now, only the elementary sites have them. The hours vary, so this will make the hours uniform. And it will also, we're looking to expand it for our secondary sites as well.
Thank you, Dr. Romero.
You're welcome. Oh, and Mr. Lowe, I didn't know about him.
Yes, I had some questions that I emailed Dr. Romero, and she answered very quickly, and I want some things clarified, which she did, and then she has the 3 administrators here to help. Mr. Lowe.
Sure. So I just wanted to let you know a little bit about how I would anticipate using this new position at the middle school. You heard the TAT report earlier about some of the challenges and struggles that we're facing. At the middle school, we're really trying to take a look at ways we can get our students prepared for moving on to the high school, more prepared than they are now. We have to admit there are some struggles that they're facing. Some of them are thriving and progressing nicely with their teacher, the aides in the classrooms, and the support from home. They're able to move along just great. We also have a portion of our population who need more help than that. So I really appreciate, first of all, that we've already have had in the last couple of months an ELA specialist added to our staff. We're working on the math specialist for the academic side of things, but for social emotional learning, I would anticipate using this new position, if we're able to get it, to help our psychologist and our social worker and our counselor and our learning director to work on some things that we've identified as hindrances. We want to work on a program for, we're calling it hands-off, training for students who move to aggression quickly, and we want to help them with other opportunities to work through their needs without doing that, going to aggression. We want to work on identifying students who need interventions on behaviors that we're seeing consistently that haven't gotten to the point where we send them to ATS or something like that for help. We want to try to head that off before it gets there, and I think that this person would be able to help with that. We also are trying to figure out a program for helping students that are working with vaping or tobacco to start to reduce their use. We know that we can't say, hey, you're suspended, and when you come back, you need to be clean and ready. That's not going to happen. So that's another thing we're looking at our school. And I think that this position, if we're able to get it, I think would be very helpful in those regards. So just my 2 cents. I appreciate your time.
Ms. Lebatique.
Okay, so I'm not going to echo everything that Mr. Lowe said, but ditto. And just to give you a numbers sense, so our social worker, since August, since the first day of school, has had 483 interventions with over 200 students and has 160 referrals waiting. So we need somebody to hop in there and give her some support. Our counselors, our psychologists, our social worker are inundated with students in needs. As Mr. Lowe said, the addiction cycle has really increased since COVID. I know the neighborhood that I used to live in, like I could see who was walking up the hill to go have their time and come back down. So I think there was, unfortunately, the circumstances led to a lot of, unstructured time and unsupervised, and now we're trying to combat that. So definitely see that as a huge need, and really having 160 kids waiting to be seen is, that's too many. So.
And I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Mrs. Bowden, Liz
Ms.
Bowden.
Bowden, okay.
Yeah. I'm here on behalf of Mrs. Bailey, the principal from Golden Hills. So I'm going to read a narrative that I do want to make sure that I address. So I'm speaking this evening in favor of the change of job description of intervention specialist and in support of the position itself. To begin with, I am in favor of changes to the job description, most importantly to the increased education required related to this area of work. While it helps to have caring staff members to support the students with social emotional needs, it is critical that they have the education skills and training to provide the right support to students. Students receiving services from our intervention specialists generally receive what is called Tier 2 services. These students may need help with social skills, conflict resolution, support with home situations such as dealing with divorce, and managing anxiety. Students with severe depression, anxiety, grief, and more severe situations see our social worker. However, it is important to understand that with this continuum, students can go from one level to another. And if we do not invest in resources and we do not successfully in helping them at a Tier 2 level, the situation may become more severe. Additionally, the intervention specialists may need to cover the services provided by the social worker, as in this case for us currently. Therefore, it is important for both positions to have specialized training. You may be asking yourself if we have enough students with social emotional needs to be divided into two caseloads, and unfortunately, we do. Post-pandemic, the number of students suffering from anxiety has increased substantially. Sadly, we do not have more risk assessments this year. We have more risk assessments this year for elementary students experiencing suicidal thoughts, and than I can remember in all my years as a principal. I can also speak to the need from a parent's perspective. Both of my older two children struggled with anxiety and depression beginning in middle school. They were and still are both intellectually gifted and high functioning, and have had a loving support system, but this did not prevent them from being overwhelmed with peer relationships and a stressful home and school dynamics. What I've experienced with my own children on their journey gives me another lens into why this work is so important. Students cannot learn when they are overwhelmed, and many students do not have access to outside services. A huge benefit to the work that is done by the intervention specialist is that a good portion of it can be done in groups. When students realize that others carry a similar burden, it reduces shame and loneliness, which our obstacles of healing. I know my comments may be a bit depressing, so I want to add that we are seeing a slow recovery. Capturing kids' hearts has created a collective intentionality to that, according to Panorama data and our observations, seems to be helping students feel more connected to the school, and especially the teachers and staff members. While too many of our students have significant social and emotional needs, we are seeing joy, fun, and love in learning return to our school, and things are normalized. Therefore, I leave you with that hooray and ask you that you approve this job description. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaminsky, can I make a comment too, just to share a little bit with the board? Dr. Ramirez here. So I just wanted to share that, as you can hear, that there's a lot of support from the administrative team, and this job description was not revised in isolation. The job description was shared with all of our school site administrators for them to say, what do we need, what do we want, what do we need to see within this job description, and then that's what you see reflected before you this evening. Also, there's also been conversation with CSEA. This does impact membership. We have some employees who are currently serving in this position, so there will be a bridge that we're already in the process of developing with Ms. Candace Bendoyan from DWK and working with CSEA to, again, as this moves forward, address that bridge for those employees who are already there and connecting them with the future employees that we'd like to attract. So I just wanted to add that in.
Thank you. Dr. Romero?
Just wondering if there's any questions. I didn't want to leave you in the lurch.
Well, you more than answered my question. I appreciate all the specifics and the plans. Obviously, it's the principals, both principals are planning ahead and wish it could be posted tomorrow, but unfortunately, we have to go through the procedures. So thank you very much.
Of course.
Item 11, future items. This could be anything the board would like to bring up in the future. It may not be an agenda, but it may as well. I have one. This came up from our last closed session on legality, the procedures for trustees to take notes during closed session. And I did receive a response from Grant Herder from Schools Legal today. And he suggests, and I hardly agree, that this needs to be discussed by the board. And so if I could direct Superintendent to clarify that with Mr. Herndon, whether it's kind of hard. We can't talk about closed session items in open.
So are you suggesting that I consult with Mr. Herndon, I'm trying to clarify, on how we would create the specific agenda item to discuss it?
Correct.
Okay, I got it. Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Item 12, lunch.
I'd like to welcome Miss Andrea Paxton back up, and she has selected a video that she'll introduce to you and share. I think it's 2 to 3 minutes long.
If you're a homeowner in California.
Okay, the video I would like to share is a clip of a TED Talk entitled Every Student Needs a Champion. We have quite a few educators on the board, so you may be familiar with this video because it's an oldie but still a goodie. A longtime educator, Rita Pearson, is in the video. Ms. Pearson discusses the value of relationships in a student's life and the profound impact those relationships make. I think this clip really gets at what TUSD, or why TUSD has focused on training our staff in capturing kids' hearts and implementing these principles in all of our school sites.
Kids don't learn. It's either poverty, low attendance, negative peer influences. We know why. But one of the things that we never discuss, or we rarely discuss, is the value and importance of human connection. Relationships. I have had classes that were so low, so academically deficient that I cried. I wondered, how am I going to take this group in 9 months from where they are to where they need to be? How do I raise the self-esteem of a child and his academic achievement at the same time? One year I came up with a bright idea. I told all my students, you were chosen to be in my class. Because I am the best teacher and you are the best students, they put us all together so we could show everybody else how to do it. One of the students said, really? I said, really? And I gave him a saying to say, I am somebody. I was somebody when I came. I'll be a better somebody when I leave. I am powerful and I am strong. I deserve the education that I get here. I have things to do, people to impress, and places to go. And they said, yeah. You say it long enough, it starts to be a part of you. Both my parents were educators. My maternal grandparents were educators. For years, I watched my mother take the time at recess to review, go on home visits in the afternoon, buy combs and brushes and peanut butter and crackers to put in her desk drawer for kids that needed to eat, and a washcloth and some soap for the kids who didn't smell so good. See, it's hard to teach kids who stink. Years later, after she retired, I watched some of those same kids come through and say to her, you know, Miss Walker, you made a difference in my life. You made it work for me. You made me feel like I was somebody when I knew at the bottom I wasn't. And I want you to just see what I've become. And when my mama died 2 years ago at 92, there were so many former students at her funeral. It brought tears to my eyes, not because she was gone, but because she left a legacy of relationships that could never disappear. Every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists that they become the best that they can possibly be. Is this job tough? You betcha. Oh God, you betcha. But it is not impossible. We can do this. We're educators. We're born to make a difference. Thank you so much.
And I just think that gets at the heart of what we're all doing every day, the purpose of why you're on the board, the purpose why I do what I do, and all of the educators that we have in the room.
Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. That was great. Item 13, public comments for closed session. Members of the public will be given an opportunity to speak on closed session items at this time. And that closed session item is conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, as previously announced in open session. Item 3, unrepresented position superintendent. And the labor negotiators are myself, Clerk Wood, and Trustee Napier. And we will, are there any public comments? Seeing none, I will adjourn this part of the meeting at 8:50, and we will go into closed session. Nobody stayed?
Big surprise there. Yes.
I'm going to try.
Technically, this time change is just
Okay, well, we did finish the regular meeting agenda stuff. What was it, like 9:30, 8:50? I don't know.
Something like that.
8:59.
Yes.
It can be done.
Oh, come on. Okay, we're on item 15, reconvening to open session at 10:58. And the only things to report out is that while the labor negotiators were meeting with the superintendent, that trustee Du Sorensen had to leave at 10:25 for something at home. And at 10:35, the negotiators resumed with the rest of the board members and by consensus agreed to finish the meeting. And with that, we're adjourned at 10:59.